sudah. ucapan Bapak boleh menjadi hal yang membantu kami dalam proses kami menjalankan debat nanti.
SMA 1 and chips, and please the other schools please wait outside. So those who stay in the room is those who join the competition for the sessions and the teachers. For the rest of you, you have to wait outside, but please do not go too far because after sessions we are going to call you immediately. Thank you.
Tes dulu. Tes cek. Tes. Tes. Tes.
the COVID-19 pandemic is over, regardless the emergence of new variants. Are you clear? Both sides, the positions?
Regarding the emergence of new variants.
It's good. Okay. We don't have.
Can you please repeat that? The motion.
Please pay attention as well, both sides. This House will declare that the COVID-19 pandemic is over, regardless the emergence of new variants. Regardless the emergence of new variants. Did you get it clear now? Yes? Okay. So the timekeeper, please set the time for this building, and it starts from now, 20 minutes from now.
Meskipun ada varian-varian baru itu sekarang yang pas kemarin sekarang pengobatan tetap mengatakan pandemi COVID berakhir meskipun ada varian baru.
Karena saya demo cure, demo obat, padahal sebenarnya mahal. Health workers. fun FUND tidak boleh want fun want WOND FUND want fun makasih Ibu 345 fun ke ada dong ada fun atau sebelum varian-varian ini ada di varian baru setelah COVID-19 Delta, Alpha, Omicron dan lain-lain itu Beta. Menimbulkan hampir blunder sedangkan antisipasi terus jadi diketok posisi eksperimen terhadap varian baru obat itu tetap ada masyarakat masih bisa antisipasi biaya pengobatan tetap ada eksperimen vaksin terus risiko ekonomi krisis tuh bisa dikurangi. Ini tuh banyak kata coba kalau misalnya mau ini pasti misalkan ada membludak lagi kasus baru lalu ekonomi dia bisa problem karena pada akhirnya misalkan ya kan ada klaster baru yang besar-besaran lo kenapa akan dikira kalau covid bisa ada tadi apa lagi yang bilang tadi kan menulis media terus low rekonomic rate yes terus biaya pembuatan masih bisa ditanggung pemerintah karena secara tidak langsung kan misalkan pemerintah atau administrasi di suatu negara dong declare kalau COVID ada misalkan pasien di rumah sakit dan dong melaporkan kalau ini COVID dong menganggap COVID itu sesuatu bukan pandemi jadi si pasien harus sendiri kayak gitu itu tadi dong bisa beda tikus nanti misalkan terjadi nih klaster besar-besaran dong bisa di sini dong tuh pada masa yang itu misalkan terjadi klaster dong akan declare ada COVID atau tidak dan bagaimana dong bakal solve itu problem solusinya tapi kan mekanisme awal model kalau mekanisme awal besok akan kali kita untuk sebagai misalnya untuk perkembangan kita kalau COVID-19 masih ada dan masih ada lagi di kemana kita mau dikeluar itu baru mekanisme kita tahu kemudian di luar dan ruang untuk mendeklar itu kalau resiko-resiko kehadiran varian baru atau ada sebelumnya itu masih ada jadi untuk masyarakat berkomunikasi himbauan agar tetap melakukan prokes dan juga semua pembiayaan dan eksperimen untuk varian baru ini akan tetap ada masih ada dan dihimbaukan untuk tetap pakai prokes yang ada di kampung ini pertama baru di sini juga posisi di eksperimen setiap masih ada kan nah ini kalau saya ini kita meringankan kalau misalnya kan opennya di grab tapi memberikan orang-orang di bawah berarti siapa sih yang sakit terus ini mana BPJS kan itu sakit terus BPJS kanker itu sampai orang yang merasa rugi kalau suatu sakit karena bayar apa SPP BPJS misalnya kalau jadi bayar BPJS tiap bulan tapi suatu sakit mending sakit BPJS dibayar terus apa itu mending sakit sekali yang bayar kan sekali bayar mati Lalu bayangkan kalau argumen dibantu oleh pemerintah dan ministry yang kasih tahu kalau COVID-19 sudah ada itu lucu kasih info habis. Kasih tahu saya, misalkan dong declare otomatis penerbangan tentang transportasi masuk ke negara itu ada gitu. Dan juga tanpa adanya antisipasi dari keluarga negara, orang luar yang masuk itu bisa bawa penyakit. Nah, kalau penyakit ada deh pandemi baru terus tahu bisa penumpang kalau sudah tahu di penumpang ada sesuatu.
Gimana? Lagi COVID sekitar 0%.
Terus dong bilang itu tuh aman gitu benar. Dari kasus COVID itu 0 dan artinya walaupun ada different cepat mengenal ketemu kasus gitu. Terus tahu saya dengan ada declare itu otomatis semua pintu masuk ke negara itu dibuka gitu. Dan tanpa adanya antisipasi dari masyarakat negara, orang-orang luar yang masuk tuh bisa kena penyakit sama saya itu tuh pandemi baru klaster. Nah itu dong tuh harus begitu dong kemana stand up survival.
membahayakan masyarakat Anda.
Bisa saya
tadi kan jadi mekanisme itu kan tinggal di level itu masih ada kan normal sih ini untuk mau seorang citizen kita tuh buat apa pandemi dan masih ada dan kita tuh masih ingin funding research dan sebagainya untuk membuat varian gitu aja.
Kalau misalkan mau comparison sedikit, lu compare gimana? Kalau di Kota posisi ini, Kota tuh lebih eksklusif karena semua citizen compare dengan dokumen ini.
Compare dari kedua kita kan kita bagaimana kan Indonesia jadi kita pasti kita kalau kita masih bisa funding varian kita masih bisa menjaga perusahaan stabil kita masih bisa menjaga dan sama ini kerja
Lu ini sebenarnya bisa bawa surat dan hotel. Lu kasih harus kirim kalau mau beli kalau kamu jual di sana. Memang shortnya ekonomi naik. Nah, kan di kartu di sini lebih takut dengan longnya. Bagaimana kalau di mana ada cluster itu? Ketok tuh apa ya? Ketok lebih mengantisipasi. Itu pada saya tahu tuh cuma terpaku pada dengan shorter. Misalkan membawa dengan ekonomi resiko. Sedangkan ketok tuh antisipasi long effect long termnya itu. Kan longnya itu apa? Short itu apa?
They get COVID, they're severe case rather than people who vaccinated.
Banyak ya.
satu merdu ini dari kemarin
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to first round of KUPANG-NTT English Speaking And on the opposition side of the house, we have Mr. Radit as the leader of opposition, Alpha as the deputy leader of opposition, and Philip as the opposition whip. And the replay speech will be given by Alpha. The educator for this round are Miss Lenny from Undana, Miss Dewi from Undana, and Miss Sophie from Undana. Now, we would like to call upon the Prime Minister. Please welcome Mr. Eliawan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emiliana, and I'm from the government side as the first speaker. And also, my second speaker name is Ronald, and also my third speaker is Stephen. So, let's go into the motion. That is, this House will declare that COVID-19 pandemic is over, regardless of the emergence of new variants. So, in this opportunity, I'm going to deliver you some points related to health, political, and economic point of view. And my second speaker will speak about his experience and learning point of view. And the third speaker will summarize all of the arguments and with addition examples. So let's right into my first point of view, that is health point of view. So we all know that the government has made the vaccination programs. Most of the schools have these vaccination programs. So they deliver some vaccination for us, and that makes immune for our body and can fight for COVID-19 things. And then the immune that comes to us fight for the COVID-19 variants, and I also believe that the vaccination also could fight the other variants. The example is Omicron. I believe that the vaccination also can fight other variants. Also, the COVID variants is the same as COVID, but in stronger ways. But because we have get the vaccination from the government programs, or we could say booster, it will be low risk. So for us, to get the new variants. So people also nowadays they have some awareness, like using their mask in front of the public and in race feels good for this pandemic. So, and also what I believe is this pandemic is not forever. Because of that, we should rebuild this ways from now, not waiting until the pandemic is over, because rebuilding case is much harder, like what we think about. And also, there are too many people suffers in the pandemic. Like we all know that people like doing business, they suffers because they doesn't have money, because no one buy the products. And also we know that the paramedics and doctors have more many things beside this pandemic to work on. And then we go for the political point of view. So for the pandemic continues, then the country stability will suffer. Why the stability will suffer? It's because the country has spent many money for doing COVID vaccination programs, and also research and medical funding for hospital.
Your eye?
Yeah.
But we see that the status quo is changed. How we see that the economic sector is started to rise right now.
I mean, like, yeah. starting to negative way for the economic problems, and there will be many strikes for the government. Like we know that the strikes affect the stability of the country, and it will be problem for countries. So, and also in the political point of view is the rich will be richer and the poor will be poorer, because like we all know that these programs, most of the programs that the government gave is towards the rich one, because they have the money and they have ability to do these programs. Because of that, poor people will be poorer and the rich will be richer. And also, as of country funding that not be straight measurement, and that make the funding is not visible for people and only profits the rich one, like what I said before. And then we go on to the economic point of view. So country have spent many money and it continues their the country will deficit and the stability will be decreasing. So what I'm talking about before is the stability. I will be focusing on the stability of the country, and also
POI,
yeah.
if you say that the pandemic is over, how you will ensure that the poor people will get job?
So as the questions of POI, how we know that the poor people will get their job back is like when the pandemic is over, then the business can be rebuilding again. So they will get more money and then they can recruit the people that have no jobs. So that's continued again. So after all of that, like business suffering and people not have the interest on the business because people get fired because of the pandemic. And then business will suffer, and that also affect the country income and also stability. Then there will be many strikes, and also like for the example of Indonesia is also focusing on the new capital. So yeah, business get bankrupt and no income, and the Budapest will be lower too, and the stability will suffer. So based on the explanation above, we still strong on this motion and we make it happen.
We would like to call upon the leader of the opposition. Please welcome Mr. Adit.
On start in 3, 2, 1. Panelists, we know that if we try to declare this pandemic COVID-19 is already been done, or we know that the pandemic is over, how do you ensure that this pandemic won't go in another place and how it will not rise again and again in the upcoming years? So we're going to decide this point out. The first thing that we know that the thing that happened in the last few years of this COVID pandemic is already been controlled more and more after the upcoming years, and the economic state that they said is already been handled in the past few years. It's going to be already been built better than before since the pandemic started. And how do we know that? If the economic crisis will be controlled, we're going to say it through an argument. First of all, I'm going to our stance. We stand as the Ministry of Health because we know that if we try to control this pandemic, if we try to do this pandemic is over, it's going to be really bad for them and really bad for us, because we know that if we try to declare that the pandemic is already over, there will be new cases and higher cases than before. So going to that is that me as a first speaker, I will give the feedback impacts if we try to declare the pandemic is over, and I will say what's the benefit if we try to keep the pandemic still
still on hand, and we know that it's going to be better for us. My second speaker will give the principle of justification and what's the danger of the variant. My third speaker will give the best case scenario and the question itself. Before going to my argument, I have a few points of rebuttal to the interoperability. First of all, how do you guarantee that the immune system is provided on newer variants if you think that, if they believe that the new variant is been the same as the before variant? How do you know that the new or the vaccine can be handled by the overall immune system itself? The second part is that how and why do you believe that the new variant is going to be the same as the last variant of COVID? And how do you know that? What's the reason that you can do to tell that the new variant is just the same as before? The third part is that how are you going to declare that this new COVID variant is just how do you declare it's just it's going to be over in anytime soon during the same mechanism? And another thing is that how do you know that how do you ensure that if the pandemic is over and how do you ensure that the COVID-19 is basically didn't exist at all in this place? And if you said that the pandemic of COVID-19 is over, then going to my argument, the first thing is that we know that what's the bad impact of this declaring the pandemic is over. First of all, we need to know that the thing is that the new or the recurring pandemic, what's the recurring pandemic is going to do? First of all, we need to know if we in the past few years since the COVID-19 pandemic started, there's a lot of cases inside of the death cases or the infection cases trying to go higher and higher because we don't know that the pandemic is already started. If we try to do this again now, it's going to be better for us because even though we have the things that we can do to ensure that if the pandemic will get better, we will get higher in the cases, but because this motion says that if the pandemic is over, we know that if we try to help the cases again, it's going to be really bad for us and really bad for them because we know that the new or higher case or the higher case will be really worse than what's happening before. And the other thing is that the economic crisis that they think they can handle. First of all, if they try to handle this because they say that the pandemic is over, they think that the crisis won't go anywhere. But we know since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the economic crisis is really bad or really worse than before. Because that was one of the reasons we believe that if we try to declare that the COVID-19 pandemic is over, it's going to be really bad for them. How do we know that the COVID-19 pandemic is really bad? First of all, we need to know what are the two things that will be really bad. First of all, the doctor or the nurse availability, and the second of all is that the hospital availability. First of all, what's the doctor and the nurse availability going to do? First of all, we need to know that since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the doctor and the nurse still need to be thrown around a lot of hospitals and they really need to go do their job a lot more and really harder than before. And that's one of the reasons that the nurse and the doctor will be really tired and can be really can be a bad impact for them, their own self and the nurse itself. And the other thing is that if the doctor and nurse availability is really low, we know that if a lot of new cases start to happen and higher cases of death would be happen, the doctor and the nurse will be available to try to consult on the patient that will be really on the hospital or the other hospital they're trying to go. And the other thing is that the hospital availability. What's the hospital availability going to do inside of this case? First of all, wherever the nurse and the doctor are going to go, the hospital is the place that you need to go if you have this COVID-19 variant. First of all, if a lot of the hospitals trying to get a lot of the patients inside of your own hospital, we know that if they try to keep a lot of patients and if a lot of doctors trying to involve with a lot of patients, it's going to be really bad for the hospital because we know that if the hospital is trying to keep a lot of the patients, it's going to be overflowing with a lot of patients inside of the hospital itself. And how it will be really bad for them and really bad for the hospital itself to be coming back again. First of all, if the hospital doesn't have any lots of facilities or the doctors that we need, the hospital doesn't really have any way to make sure that the COVID variant is going to be handled inside the hospital. And that's one of the reasons that if we try to keep the hospital inside of their own, keep the hospital and keep the patient inside of their own hospital, it's going to be bad. And what's the second thing that the hospital authority is going to do? And the hospital authority will do is, first of all, if the higher or the recurring pandemic going to give you higher cases of infection, a lot of people will go inside the hospital, and you know that the hospital is really limited inside of Indonesia in the States. We know that if the hospital authority is really low and there's a lot of recurring deaths or infections will be not for them. And going to the other one is that the And how do we know that the benefit we can do if we try to continue this pandemic or this we try to because the pandemic is still on? First of all, we know that we as a ministry of health, we know that we can experiment for new variant and they're going to occur in the near future. How do we know that we can still experiment on try to make the vaccine for the new variant? Because we know that if the government still would declare the pandemic is still on, we know we can communicate with the government and we can help each other. We can help each other to help the research and the COVID vaccine for another few years, or we can help to make sure that a lot of the people or the citizens don't know that the new variant is going to happen and what to do with the new variant. Second of all, we're going to have the lower economic crisis rate. Crisis rate is going to happen. First of all, how do we know that the lower economic? We have to have lower economic crisis transfer rate. First of all, if we try to think that the pandemic is still on, and we still do what we have to do in the past few years, you know, it's going to be beneficial for us because we know that it's going to be beneficial for us because we know that we still have control inside of what the chance going to do. And the last thing that we do is what's going to be our point. First of all, we're still going to declare the pandemic is still on, but we want to acknowledge that a lot of the citizens that this new pandemic is going to happen, and we want to ensure that we can do experiment about new variant and medical, and we still going to pay for the medical bills that we still because of the government, and we have a higher chance of lower economic crisis chance rate. So that's why until this answer this point, we really oppose this motion. Thank you.
Banyak poin yang kurang. Coba jelasin lagi di sini loh. Yang pertama ini, yang juga mau ekonomi krisis
We would like to call upon the leader of the opposition, please welcome. Also, we would like to call upon the Deputy Prime Minister, please welcome Mr. Ronald.
Team as a full speaker. So, for the first speaker said that they believe that the economic crisis will still go on. Still, when the pandemic is over, if we still do the pandemic still go on, then when will we rebuild our country? Will we rebuild our country again? Rebuilding next year, and we still do the pandemic goes on. Will our country rise and will best increase as also the income and business, and also job for people with no job. So the motion for today is this House will declare that COVID pandemic is over regardless of emergence of new variants. So I strongly agree with this motion. So why this motion is so important? Because there are many people that still afraid of going outside because of COVID-19, and there are people that want to go out because they are bored in the house. And if the people still staying at home, the people will get stressed. Let me deliver some one argument. First, as you may know, there are new variant of COVID-19 such as Omicron. From my research from Google, Omicron is not dangerous as COVID-19. And we all already get vaccination our body immunity will get stronger. So when we got COVID is not severe, then the person didn't get an infection. And why I say that Omicron isn't that dangerous because like 5 months ago or 7 months ago, I got Omicron too, but when I got home, it's not service as people is feel like I only get the final word. Let me summarize my point of view from COVID pandemic. So that as a final word, let me summarize my point of view for me. COVID pandemic is over because as the time has passed, the COVID got weaker. So there's no need COVID pandemic. So I still stand on this position and I beg you to propose. So that's all from me. So thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and the judges, and good morning.
For QI preference, just stand up and raise your hand without knocking the table because it will really disturb me in my speech. Without further ado, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, we say that proposition cannot win this debate, right? Because realize that this house would motion, but there is no mechanism or proposal that came from side proposition, right? Going to my several response for side proposition. 4 point of rebuttal for side proposition. First point rebuttal. They talk about economical problem, right? And also the owner of the businesses gets suffering because of the pandemic, right? But we say it is not true because the status quo is changed. The economic sector is started to rising. We can see that not just economic sector, but the tourism sector is also started to rising, right? So we see it is not true, and it is not a big problem in this current status quo, right? And they never told you how they want to declare that the pandemic is over, and why it is so urgent to declare that the pandemic is over, because we consider there is still exists new variant right now, right? Second point, they told you about business, right? We say that it is a classic argument that came from side proposition because of what? Because the status quo is changed, right? And if they want to argue about the tourism sector, we say it is not relevant, right? Because realized in our country, Indonesia itself, the government still pretend that COVID-19 is a pandemic, right? But the tourism sector is started to rise. We see how many tourists that came to Bali to holiday, right? So we see it is not a big problem in the pandemic if they want to argue about the tourism sector, right? And third point of rebuttal, they say about that it is the Omicron, it is not danger, but we say it is danger because this spread is bigger rater than the other variant, right? So we question the side proposition. How do you want to solve the problem if the number of patients of Omicron is rising in a country, for example, right? And fourth, they say that they get approved from their self. That is, he say that he get Omicron. So, but we say it is not approved because it is a personal opinion. Maybe he say that it is not danger for himself, right? But maybe it is danger for other people. So we say that it is their proof is not relevant in this debate, right? Before that, I'm going to address 3 things in my speech. First point, that is why it is principally unjustified, and the second point regarding danger of the new variant, and the third point, going to my first point of argument, right? Why it is principally unjustified? First observation regarding others people's right. But before that, I'll take an QI. Going once, going twice, going twice. Okay, no QI. I assume they agree. Going to my first observation regarding others people's rights. The moment that side proposition want to declare the pandemic is over, right? That means you as the government, you will limit the doctor or the other health workers to the emergency hospital, like Wisma Atlet in Jakarta, for example, and so on and so far, right? But we say firstly, it is unjustified because you sacrifice the most important actor in this debate, that is the government itself, and also the society itself, right? right? 2 point of analysis of the impact for the actor. First observation to the government, right? The moment that COP want to declare the pandemic is over, you will sacrifice the government. Why? Because if you declare that the COVID-19 pandemic is over, we think that the government don't want to pay for the health of the citizen if the citizen get infected by the COVID-19 virus or if the new variant, right? We believe that this would make protest and demonstration in citizen, right? Because we see how expensive the healthcare for the patient of COVID-19, and we see that in developing country, most of the citizen is not capable to pay for the healthcare, right? For example, the current state quo, that is the government pay for the COVID-19 patient because in Indonesia the government still pretend the COVID-19 as a pandemic, right? If that happen, imagine that we see that if those kinds that the government still pretend the COVID-19 as pandemic, most of the citizens already pretend the COVID-19 is a business, right? Even they can go, even if they get infected COVID-19, they go to hospital and they didn't have to pay for their healthcare and they get vaccination free, but the most of the citizens still pretend that COVID-19 is a business, right? We see it will be much worse under side proposition, right? Because imagine if you as the government declare the pandemic is over and then want to pay, this will bring demonstration to government, right? If that happen, you already sacrifice the government, right? Because the government has to solve the problem because the government they have to solve the problem of the demonstration. Not just demonstration, but they have to solve the problem in a health sector, right? For example, they have to solve the problem about the high number of COVID-19 patients, right? And not just that, but the perspective from the citizen to the government will be bad. Because like I told you before, that if for example, the current status quo that people get vaccination free, and if they get infected COVID-19, they go to hospital and free, people still pretend that as a business, right? But realize, imagine that you mandate the people to pay for the vaccination and also pay if they get infected by COVID-19, right? We see that people perspective for the government will be much worse under side proposition. Because of what? Because they will see that the proposition that our government is do a business with this kind of pandemic, right? Going to the second point, but before that I'll take enjoy. Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, no joy. Going to the second point of argument, that is going to the second observation, that is about the bad impact to the peoples of the society or the citizen. That if you declare that, you will oppress poor people because they have to pay for the healthcare, for example, because we believe that from the axis of we believe that most of if Proxy want to argue about the BPJS, we see that not all the people have BPJS, right? Especially the poor people. That means you already show to the public that how you as the government, how not capable you are to solve the problem about the COVID-19 itself. Going to the second, about regarding danger of the new variant, we say it is moral and justified. Because if you declare that, that means government should stop the research of COVID-19. Imagine if there are new variants that dangerous for your body, but the government don't want to do research anymore. That means this kind of things will endanger your citizen, right? And we question that proposition. Why it is worth it to show to the public that you are not capable as the government to solve the problem about the COVID-19, right? Going to the third point regarding economic and tourism. If props say that this kind of declaration will help the economic sector and tourism sector, we say it is not exclusive under their set of the house. We say it still happen under both set of the house because we understand that the current status quo, if the government still declare the COVID-19 as pandemic, the economic and tourism sector started to rise, right? So we say it is not the problem anymore, and for all this reason, we are so proud to oppose. Thank you.
Good evening to the judges and the opposition team. So to the timekeepers as well. Morning to you. So the motion is that declare that the COVID-19 is over regardless of the emergence of new variants. So we all know viruses they will not go extinct because it's simple biology. Virus, they evolve. They always be evolved. They try to adapt to the human body. They try to attack some other weakness as well. So the best to take measurements is to maybe get vaccinated, take exercise, and it's up to the people's awareness to wear masks, use hand sanitizers every day. Not only COVID-19 gets variants, but also flus. Like you take examples like swine flus, bird flus. Those already have vaccinated because if we take COVID too seriously, the funding will all go through the whole COVID. Like they don't give other funding to other health issues like maybe cancer or dengue fever, especially in Indonesia where dengue fever is one of the worst case. Indonesia one.
But how you want to declare that the COVID-19 pandemic is over if you never mention any mechanism?
Let's just go through my explanation first. The other funding for like dengue fever, especially it's really severe in like third world countries, like especially in tropical climate like Indonesia, of course, and African countries. Like the cases of malaria is really rampant there. So if we focus on our other health issues, maybe it will solve COVID as well, because people with other sickness may get more severe cases of COVID-19, especially people with heart disease or maybe heart disease. If they get sickness from other diseases as well, they get weaker immune system, which may be harder to combat COVID-19 because they have low immune system as well. So so that's the point. And maybe I have one rebuttal, and it's from the second speaker. I think that Omicron is easily spreadable, but it's not deadly as the other variants like Delta. Someone get Omicron, maybe get fever for like 1 or 2 days, but after that they are sick, but it's not as deadly as Delta because they only get like regular flus, and maybe if they stay at home, maybe exercise and maybe take antibodies, they will get cured very easily. So let's talk about the economical standpoint from my first speaker. If we keep this keep declaring this pandemic, it will maybe stop global trade, and especially if global trade stops, we don't produce any economical surplus. It may also stop government funding for hospitals and maybe workforce for health people. It maybe slow down it will maybe slow down trying to stop COVID-19. So if we keep trading with countries, it maybe help us fund all these hospitals and health workers. Also, because of this pandemic, as my first speaker said, people will lose a lot of jobs. It will maybe hurt their financial state. If they get COVID, they cannot fund their sickness. Like if they want to pay for their medicines, and maybe if they have severe case, they need oxygen tabs. They don't have the financial state to afford that. Or maybe so. If we don't declare this as pandemic, maybe the people who struggle financially will have jobs and at least make up their financial stability. So the tourism sector. the tourism sector, people will maybe scared if like we keep this pandemic, like if we say that there are still pandemics in this country, so like Indonesia, people maybe get scared and may not come into this country. It may be also lose more jobs for the tourism sectors and maybe lose more money as we the government try to fund this medical workforce to help this COVID-19 case. So less tourism means we don't get enough funding for our issue. So maybe if we don't declare this as pandemic, maybe people will not be more afraid to come to countries like especially Indonesia or other countries that are focused on tourism sectors. So okay. So as I said, if we don't declare this as pandemic, it's up to the people's awareness to how to avoid this pandemic. Like, yeah, like I said, just take vaccines, people's awareness to wear masks, use sanitizers, just try to avoid contact within 2 meters, like that. It's maybe if we don't declare this as much as we not taking it seriously, but trying to adapt to the situation, because a virus cannot be we might just as adapt to it. Like say a variant will always be there. Best we can take measurements is to try to avoid it and maybe try to combat, because if we get COVID, maybe our immune system will try to train to stop the COVID-19 to become more deadly. So if we just try to avoid it and maybe fight it, we can maybe get immune as well. So that's it from me. I hope you propose. Thank you very much.
The government will spend 8 minutes and 4 seconds. 8 minutes and 4 seconds. We would like to call on the opposition leader. Please welcome Mr. Philip.
Panels, reminding that from the start of our debate today, the proposition always bring inexclusive points and irrelevant proofs. That is why we believe that from this motion, it is better from our side, because we bring more exclusive points and also urgent points. That is why we from the opposition side, we are proud to oppose. Before moving to my class panels, I have 3 points of rebuttals for the government whip. The first one, panels, it is proof that from the first of our debate today, there was no proper mechanism to solve or declare this solution from the government side. And also, the second one, there was no guarantee that it is worth it not to regard COVID-19's new variants danger to economy and also tourism sector of a country. That is why we believe that their points about this cannot be justified. And also the third one, panels, they say that not only COVID-19 have variants, they also said that other flus also have variants, just like bird flus. But here, we believe that just like they say, viruses does evolve. That is why we are trying to solve our Earth first, which is the pandemic that needs experiments and also other funds for the bills to find the cure of the virus itself. Moving to my class panels, I have 2 points of class, and I will name my class today roulette. The first one, I will talk about the inexclusive points of the proposition. panels, at the first point from the proposition, they say that if they declare that COVID-19 is over, the people would still okay because they have awareness. They will still wear masks, they will still attend the health protocols. But here we believe that the point of awareness is better on our side, because we as the Ministry of Health in the country, we will still declare that and educating that COVID-19 still exists. That's why we believe that people would still understand that the dangers of this pandemic, then they would still be aware and they would still use the health protocol, and that's why we believe that this point is better on our side. The second one, they also address that pandemic is not forever, and also beside of that, doctors have many things to do besides COVID-19 to work on. But here we believe that it is doctors' job and obligations as health workers of a country. And also beside of that, there was no point to summarize and also to prove that other things besides the COVID-19 pandemic is more urgent rather than the pandemic itself. That is why we believe that this point from the proposition cannot be justified. And also panels, they also talk about the economical sector that could be better. Okay? Okay, I get your points. Thank you. I know that people would still be aware on our side because we are the one who declaring that the pandemic still exists, rather than you guys who do not who declare that the pandemic don't exist anymore. People would live freely. And they would consider not to use health protocols and also masks because they believe that the COVID does not exist anymore. Moving to my points, panels, they also talk about the economical sector and tourism sector that will be better if they declare that COVID-19 does not exist. But here we believe that based on the status quo that my second speaker had told you guys before, the economical sector is starting to rise again. So the argument about this is still not exclusive at all. And also, at last, they have contradicted their own point, saying that the viruses could evolve and also the pandemic is dangerous if it still happen. That's why we believe that they are indirectly supporting our points about the danger and also about the risk of COVID-19's new variants. That's why panels, we as the health ministry of a country, we would still declare that COVID pandemic still exists. Besides of that, we will also still do an experiment to find a cure for incoming new diseases and also variants. And even better, we would still want to pay for COVID-19 cases medical bills. And also, we believe that this motion is better on our side because we are the one here who are fully anticipated about the danger of the new variants of COVID-19, so the pandemic won't happen all over again, and also the economical sector won't face any crisis anymore. That's why, panels, we believe that we here standing as the opposition, we are the one having exclusive points. We are the one proving that it is still not worth it for a health ministry of a country to declare that COVID-19 does not exist anymore, because we are the one here considering the dangers and also the risk that COVID-19 pandemic's new variants bring to the people in a country. We believe that also if the government, yes? Sir, we believe that based from the status quo right now, the government, as an example in Indonesia right now, the government is still paying for the medical bills for people who are suffering from COVID-19 diseases. That is why we believe that we don't need to answer where do we get the money, of course from the government itself. That's why, panels, we believe that by making the citizen believe that COVID-19 still exists, we are the one here declaring that COVID-19 is very, very dangerous for the citizen itself. That is why we believe that the best thing that could happen if we as the health ministry of a country declaring that the COVID-19 still exists, we believe that the best thing that could happen is the citizen of our country will be fully anticipated about new variants and their lives wouldn't be sacrificed because the government itself has anticipated before the new variants evolve. This is why we believe that the health medical bills would also still be funded, and also the experiment did to find a cure for incoming new variants of COVID-19 would still be happen. But the worst case scenario that will happen if we, as the health ministry of a country, we declare that COVID-19 still exists is many people will protest because they only consider the certain impact of this case, which is, yes, it is true that the economy will rise for short term, the business and also the tourism will rise on the short term impact. But here we are considering the long term impact of the declaring that COVID-19 not exists. We believe that after they declare that COVID-19 does not exist anymore, we believe that the case will rise again, the cluster will exist again, and also at the end of the day, after this all happened, they would also still declare that COVID-19 now exists again. That is why we believe that it is better anticipating the new variants of COVID-19 rather than declaring and also cause the cluster to be happening again. That is why we believe that this motion should fall, and we from the opposition side, we are proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, with weak mechanism, proposition cannot win this debate. Before I move to my class, several reasons why proposition cannot win. First of all, there is no mechanism at all that came from the first speaker of said proposition. And secondly, they never told you that A, why it is urgent to declare that the pandemic is over, and B, why it is worth it to sacrifice the government that will get that perspective in the society, and C, why it is worth it to sacrifice the poor people lives, and D, there is no class and comparative at all under both sides of the house. And also, the moment that their first speakers say that COVID is the same as a flu, that means COVID still happen and exists, right? And then their third speaker come and say that they will declare the pandemic is over because COVID is over. We say these 2 points can connect with each other. That means they already destroy their own case, right? And also, they never engage and no response at all to our argument about that. To our argument that proposition will sacrifice the most important actor in this debate, that is the government itself and the peoples or the citizen itself, right? I have 3 points of class, right? First of all, which side protect poor people? Second of all, which side save others people's lives? And third of all, which side protect the government? Going to the first point of class, that is which side protect poor people. They say that they will help poor people, but the main question should be, PROP never ensure if the pandemic is over, poor people and unemployed people will get job, right? Because understand, before the pandemic happened itself, there are still exist unemployed people, especially in developing country, right? Compared to our side of the house, we are the one who protect poor people. Because if we still pretend the pandemic happened, that means that the government still pay for the COVID-19 patient, healthcare, and also the vaccine, right? That means we are really the one who protect poor people because we never give any oppress to the poor people to pay for the healthcare and the vaccine. Going to the second point of class, which sides have saved other people's right? Under proposition side, the main question should be how they will help COVID-19 patient if they declare that COVID-19 is over, right? But we win in comparative. Why? Because we still pretend COVID-19 as a pandemic. That means we still do a research of a new variant, right? That means we protect our people because if they suddenly get infected a new variant and the government can handle that because they already do a research before. These kind of things cannot happen under side proposition because the government is never do a research because side proposition declare that the COVID-19 is over. Even though they never mention the mechanism how they want to declare the COVID-19 pandemic is over, right? Going to the third point of class, which side protect the government, right? They never told you the point of view of the government, right? But in comparative to our side of the house, we are the one who protect the government. Because of what? Because I've mentioned it before, if they stop pretend COVID as a pandemic, that means people should pay for the healthcare and the vaccine, right? That means people perspective to the government will be bad.
because realize and understand before people have to pay for the COVID-19 healthcare and the vaccine, they already see COVID as a business, right? We can see around us, especially in developing country, that most of the society pretend COVID-19 as a business, even though the COVID-19 the healthcare is free and also the vaccine is free, right? These kinds of things will be much worse under side proposition. Because of what? Because people will pretend COVID-19 as a business, because people more pretend COVID-19 as a business, and the moment they pretend COVID-19 as a business, their motivation to still follow the health protocol will be much worse under side proposition. Because of that, we are the one who protect the government and also the poor people. We are so proud to oppose, and we should win this debate. Thank you.
We would like to call on the reply speaker of the government team. Please welcome Mr. Elliot.
It comes to the end, and it's me now for the reply speaker of the government team of the House. So, as the third speaker of the opposition side said about the government still spend it for the health paycheck, but we need to see the motion this day, which is this House would declare that the pandemic is over. So, as the opposition said that they will still get it from the government, but how if it's over? Are the government still going to give the money? I believe no. And how about the government Budapest income when no money, there will be no paycheck. And also, as my third speaker said, that COVID is a biological virus lab. That is, we all know that viruses can't go as fast as that. So, if we're not expel it from now, then when? So because of the people really suffering of the pandemic, where they don't have job to done, and also my second speaker point of view that he got Omicron, and he said that it's not that dangerous, then we can know whether who give the assumption and whether who give the real point of view. So. And also we all know that the COVID has been here for almost 3 years, and we all know there who are the most difficult ways to fight. That is the first COVID that are in China, and we all know at the first time COVID is here, there are 0% of research, and that makes the world felt really struggling at that way. And we also need to know that the pandemic have been here for almost 3 years, and scientists is not sleeping for 3 years, or did them? No, right? So because of that, countries also have spent money over 3 years, and we all know that countries also have the limit of its spending. Because of that, pandemic will make the country struggling, and also from now we need to rebuild. Because we all know that rebuild is really long, and it took many time to do the rebuild. And then for the example one, that the country that is gone because they have no money left is Soviet Union, that they have lost their income, lost all their money, and that makes them destroy their country themselves. And that makes us have a real example. So we still stand, and still we beg with the proposal. Thank you.
So now let's welcome our educators.
for the last speaker, you need to provide not only the summary, but remember you need to provide also the questions and why we should win you. Thank you, well done. Now for the opposition side of the house. In terms of matter, I think your arguments were strong. And you provide some reasonings and everything. However, there is still lack of evidence. Yeah, you need to improve on that. And one thing that I noticed is that about the manner is the eye contact. So please keep maintaining eye contact with us and with the floor. It's okay if you read your notes or you read your points. That's fine. But make sure that you're talking to us and not talk to your neighbor. So maintaining eye contact. So, okay, so yes, it's good, yeah, to have eye contact. And then about the articulation, I would suggest you to talk a bit slower. Yeah, I think the second and third speaker is quite good in terms of the pace. But the first speaker, you talk too fast. And if you talk too fast, we find it hard to understand your points. Yeah, so try to talk a bit slower because it's important for the floor to understand what you are saying. Because if it's too fast, then we find it hard to, okay, what are you saying? So try to, slow your pace a bit. Yeah, your pace a bit. And then, I think that's all for me. So thank you. And David and Susan will add some more further comments.
Thank you, Wendy. So, first of all, congratulations for both team. We're so blessed to be here in this section, in this round. So I'm going to add some points according to the performance that you were so much before. So once again, when you run the motions for the debate competitions, you have to analyze the motions well. Okay, especially for the government team. And this is a big job for you to really understand the motions because you are the one to frame out the motions so that be clear for the debating. Okay, so every motion should be framed out clear so you guys can debate under the definitions, criteria, and also the mechanisms. Okay, but unfortunately, we have the definitions clearly and also the criteria, the mechanism as well from the government team have to provide them. Okay, this is your job. And but next up, that you provide the arguments. And for the first speaker, you speak with the first arguments about the country's stability. Okay, and also some evidence about that. And when you give us the second speaker of your side, I'm really glad that you did the rebuttals, but you didn't hit the target well. I mean, you addressed the rebuttal just on one point of the other's speech. You have to really catch the details well, so you can rebut them. Hit the point well. The point well. So, and then I got that you tried to strengthen your side's arguments. That was good, but remember that your job also to provide new arguments. So not only strengthening the first argument, you also have to provide your new arguments. And then for the speaker of the government, you were good in terms of your speech. Yeah, it's like you really need stress on the techniques. If I may say, you are one of the, you can deliver your speech in a very clear way. That's really awesome. And your job is to analyze the debate, and you did that, you analyze the debate, but
Okay, we would like to invite the debaters from SMA, Negeri 3, and SMA Metro School. own curriculum, as other countries, such as Australia and America. So I will read the whole motion once again to all of you. This House
Dikasih nyala mic-nya. Is it? Good afternoon, honorable educators, the opposition team, and also the audiences. I am Kaynard as the first speaker of the government. I'm the Prime Minister of the government team, and here have Miss Sandy as the Deputy Prime Minister of the government team, and Miss Adista as the government whip. Well, I would like to start this off by defining the motion itself. The motion itself says that this House would allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and the United States. Well, let's look on the motion itself in detail. Curriculum means the method or the structure of teaching and learning activities and based on the assessment of education state. And it involves the teachers and the learners. Well, we could conclude that this motion could be defined as the provinces in Indonesia are able to apply, to choose their own particular curriculum based on the assessment of the education state on the areas. And because Indonesia is a united country, it's a one country, so the curriculum of each provinces has the same results target. It would be ended up in mutual result target of all of the provinces. Well, I would start off with my first argument. This method where the provinces are allowed to apply their own curriculum based on the assessment would help, and it allows the provinces to do the assessment in the fullest details and constructively. They could see and they could observe the education state of their areas in the particular provinces, and it would help the provinces to push the students and also the teachers' capacity to the maximum level according to the assessment. We could see that the current curriculum, the current method, the structure of learning and teaching activities that are being applied in the country right now seems, and it is factual, that it doesn't represent and it doesn't give a good result in the overall education state of Indonesia. If we might see, there are a significant difference between the education state in the rural areas and also in the modern cities. And the question is, why it could be that way? Like what I've been said, the current curriculum that are being applied are not the result of detailed observed education state in each province. And so that is why where the provinces are allowed to assess and to apply all of their curriculum to the provinces, such as other countries, Australia and the United States, which are the developed countries. And it is good that we take the example from developed countries, where they have been showing lots of significant overlap and acceleration in the education state, and we could take that as a good point of example and apply it to the provinces to have their own curriculum to get to the same result as Indonesia, a country itself. And
when the provinces are allowed to have and apply their own curriculum based on their assessment and details, it allows more flexibilities in particular method switches. Because if we move forward as a one country, it would be harder for the curriculum itself to be changed according to any observance that have been applied throughout the years, throughout the months, and the updates. Well, this method where provinces are flexible in applying their own curriculum helps all of the students, all of the teachers and learners to have their max capacity, because like what I said before, it is observed in a detailed sector. If we compare then one curriculum that is being applied in a country, yes, yeah.
Do you have any data on that?
What data on what? Okay, right. Well, the motion itself said that this House would allow each province to apply its own curriculum. So what I'm doing now is I'm bearing with all of the things that we might beneficially face if we did the right thing of allowing the provinces to do the assessment with their own education state in the areas and applying it to the curriculum. And in conclusion, I would like to state that the method where the provinces are... Right, that's all, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here as the first speaker from the opposition team. We will provide you some explanation and argument about the motions today. This House would allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America. Okay, here we go. Curriculum is the mandatory of the education, and it has 4 main components of curriculum. The first one is about purpose, the objectives of learning that is targeted. The second one is about knowledge, science, data, activities, and experience of many interaction that you do in school. The third one is about teaching methods and guiding, and also to push students to active or objective in your students and in the schools of education. And the last one is about grading method to use in measure, evaluate results of education process designed in the curriculum. Here we go to our first argument. I'm the first speaker from the opposition team. Will provide you arguments about have a possibility to create conflict in the racism through the religions and also inadequacy of facility. And my second speaker will provide you about imbalance of educational quality and also teachers are not yet ready to compensate. Here we go to the first argument. To have a possibility to create conflict. They put their culture to make a clash to province manner has ever too. The government just focus on the province or infrastructure to one province. They don't focus on the one province in the law or just so this can make clash between any other province in Indonesia. The first one is about racism through the religion. This based on the majority of the religion in most provinces in Indonesia. We can take example. In the most in the west part in Indonesia, the majority of religions is Muslim, and also the majority of religion in the east part is about Christian. It doesn't minimize the possibility to have some conflict in case of racism to the religion, because it takes a lot of take apart in make curriculum based on the religion itself, while we know religion takes a major in Indonesian ideology. And also we talk you about inadequacy of facility. Can you guarantee all of facility in Indonesia?
Isn't it better if it is applied with each provinces that have the differences in religion and the race?
Thank you for your eye, and I have answered to answer. The first one is about why we say that racism through the religion, because you know, each religions have their own strength of how do they talk about their religion. But in this case, what we say it is the main case, because you don't know how the students is trying to minimize the possibility to have some conflict. You know, as every part of Indonesia is trying in their own every religion. It take a part in the curriculum. It means that they don't focus on the education of itself, but they more thinking about the religion. They come to the curriculum and make it as the main point. We move to our argument about inadequacy of facility. Can you guarantee all of the facility in Indonesian provinces have the same infrastructure and quality? We have the data about in 2017, the Ministry of Education and Culture has distributed school construction assistance to various regions amounting to 6.6 trillion. And the assistance was in the form of rehabilitations of 41.78 classrooms and renovations of 406 schools and constructions of 2,650 classrooms, 1,350 libraries, and also 1,058 laboratories and assistants. Educational equipment as many as 2,044 textbooks. Meanwhile, this year, the Ministry of Education and Culture has provided assistance for the classroom and also from the school rehabilitations of 20,000 of 7 classrooms, 900 schools renovations, and also 1,400 student practice rooms. And the last one is about 102 laboratory space and the other packages of educational equipment assistance. It means that Indonesian government is guaranteed all of the facility in Indonesian province. And the last one, we think about why we should apply our curriculum, while our curriculum now applied in Indonesia is very good. We can tell you about the assistance of 2013 curriculum. The assistance of the curriculum is an effort to simplify and for thematic integration. What we mean in thematic integration is puts the teaching of cognitive skills in the lattice of a real world subject that is respective enough to be practical and broad enough for the student to allow creative and also exploring their creativity. This curriculum is designed to anticipate technological for not only the students but also the teachers to grow, heavily emphasizes products to deserve, question, and also affect their way of thinking and also communicate what they have then come to understand. That's why we as the opposite team would not allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America. That's all from me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the time that given to me. Now I will bring the debaters. From the government teams, we believe if the province is with their own curriculum, it's can better than the same curriculum because it's just the same curriculum, so they cannot put the same. Okay, I will bring my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the human capacity in rural area is not same. It's clearly different with the modern city. Why I said it? Because, for example, on 3 or 5 years ago, when national exam was implemented, the modern city always be better than the rural area. Why I say that? It's because the modern city have a better capacity than rural area. It's not don't mean the rural area are Okay, I'm sorry. It's not about the quality of human in the rural area, it's about capacity, how they can know the material. The capacity in the modern area is more better than rural area. For example, on national exam 3 or 5 years ago, it's about the capacity. It's okay, thank you. That's all my argument.
The deputy prime president 4 minutes and 26 seconds. 4 minutes and 26 seconds. The rest of the speech, we would like to call you by the deputy leader of profession. Please welcome Ms. Giselle. The time is yours.
timekeeper and the government team. I would like to bring my arguments about which direction the regional autonomy policy will be directed in accordance with its competence. In addition to the aspects mentioned above, the preparation of curriculum units established. For example, a higher educational level to the preparation of the curriculum must take into account to the decree of the Minister of Education and Culture of the Republic. Also, ladies and gentlemen, as we realize that our student resources is still limited in culture compared to the students there are and children in the United States and United States and Australia. My second argument is about that the teachers are not yet ready to compensate. With any concept, it will be difficult to implement in sync with the target of teachers' ability that are not distributed. This means that those provinces that change their educational system will lack comprehended teacher. And if the government team is to support the teacher and help them to adapt with the change of this transition, this will take a lot of time. And we have no time to let our students to lack on their skills and acknowledge on basic subjects. There is also no guarantee that the teachers are able to implement the policies expected by their own government of the province. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very hard for the government to help when we have the same curriculum in Indonesia at this point. So if we are to change our curriculum into adapting the system in America and the Australia, we are not ready and able to support the low human resources and the low infrastructure, as what my first speaker had said. So ladies and gentlemen, we as the opposition team will not allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America. Because we know that if this happens, there will be a lot of backlash in the educational system and we will weaken our students and our educational system itself. That is all for me. Thank you.
everyone, and the judges, the audiences, the opposition team, the timekeeper, Amarista as the third speaker from the government team, the government side of the house. Here, first of all, I just wanna read again the motion, which is the motion itself said that this house would allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America. Why we support this motion is because, just like our first speaker said, it helps the province to push the students, and it also the teachers, especially to the maximum level according to the assessment, which is, if the opposition side of the house said that they disagree with this motion because they disagree with this motion, but we can see that when Indonesia implemented the same curriculum in all of the provinces in Indonesia, it's like our second speaker was trying to explain that 3 or 5 years ago, when Indonesia was implemented this national exam, we can see that all of the modern city has always got the best grade rather than the rural area, which is mean if the same curriculum was implemented in a country, the real quality of their students in every province is just like I could say that we can find the quality of the students in each province, because we all know that in rural areas has their own capacity of the theory and has their own result of their exam, just like based on what they got. And if they have the same curriculum, the teacher will deliver the same theory that makes, we know that the rural areas have the capacity of their to understand the theory is just like low more than the modern city. That is why if the government starts to implementing to allow its province Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America, it can make us as a students to have our best quality, to have our best capacity. Because and again, it will allow if it allows each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum, the province with their assessment, it can be the flexibility in critical methods, which like our first speaker said. And what is it? And with allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum, the province will able to know better about their quality, because we all know the difference in modern city and the rural areas. The quality of their education is just not the same at all. It's the difference. And
how will you guarantee that the modern area of this country and the educational system will be balanced if each province can apply their own curriculum?
Okay, thank you. Now, if you're based on your POI, you will talk about the capacity of the students itself, because if the student with a low capacity having the theory with theory that they just like I could say it's not they can perceive it. It will make them have something that like that. Something will make them feel hard to learn or hard to see the theory. And that's it. And why we support this motion which is the motion said that each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum, which is because it's if they apply their own curriculum, it will make each province in Indonesia have the equal have the equal just like the equality, and yeah, maybe that's it. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the honorable judges. I'm the third speaker from the opposite team. Will explain, will summarize our arguments with the motion today. This house would not allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America. So, moving back to our arguments, for the first speaker has dealt for you about to have a possibility to create conflict, and the second is about inequality of facility, and my second speaker told about the imbalance of education quality. First speaker told about to have a possibility to create conflict. They put their culture, make class to province manner has an effect too. The government just focus for take infrastructure to one province, they don't focus for the other province, so this can make class to same province in a nation. For example, if they just focus for the one province, not focus for the other province, it can make basically the class in same province in Indonesia. And the second is about the residents. The reason to the religion, this is based on the majority of the religion in most provinces of Indonesia. This, for example, in west part of Indonesia, the majority of the religion is Muslim. At the part is a Muslim, the majority of the religion in the east part of Indonesia the majority of religion is Christian. So it doesn't minimize the possibility to have some conflict in case of resist the religion, because it takes a lot to take part in making the curriculum based on the religion itself. As we know that religion takes a majority role in Indonesian ideology. So the second point from my first speaker is about the quality of facility. In 2017, the Ministry of Education Culture has distributed school construction assistance to various regions among to 60,000 rupiah. The assistance was in the form of reputation of 40,000 trillion classroom, 40,000 100 classroom, renovation of 4,600 school, construction of 6,500 new classroom, construction of 2,200 new school units, and assistance education equipment as many as 1,040 package. Meanwhile, this year, this Ministry of Education has provided assistance for the rehabilitation of 2,600 75 percent school and 3,700 libraries. So it's effect for the package of education equipment assistance. And my second speaker has delivered about the English of education quality. English of education quality, if we as the Indonesian government make a different curriculum to this province in Indonesia, it have an impact for the student rights test. Because if you make the curriculum better in different in the province, like for example in West Java, they in senior high school they learn about the mathematic explanation like mathematic explanation are really difficult to the school, but in West as Nusa Tenggara, they make the small things mathematics so the student can understood. It's a have impact for their rights test because they can have the better opinion or a better opinion about the rights test, and we as the opposite things disagree with the motion, because if we allow the in education in better different make a different curriculum in Indonesian, it have an impact for the SDM in Indonesian, because SDM in Indonesian 60% can understood what material for the teacher. Indonesian can take their own curriculum in province because the facility in Indonesian can compete the other country which have a good infrastructure too, like USA and Australia. So we ask the government opposition team disagree with the motion today that this house would not allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America. That's all.
We would like to call the request speaker of option team. Please welcome Miss Semifinal. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here as the reply speaker from the opposition team. Will provide you some comparison between the argument that my team have been provided and the government team. The first one is about they actually just bring one main point about how the curriculum there is better than curriculum here. It means that they doesn't answer them about the motions today about how they will allow to adapt the American or Australia curriculum in our country, or we call it state curriculum. And the second one is about the second speaker of the government team cannot deliver the motion clearly, even she wanna give the rebuttal, but she can provide it clearly. The third one is about the first speaker talk about the capacity of students and teachers, while the government in our country is not ready to provide the level of society level. And the next one is about the government didn't give any solutions. Well, we give you a solution that the current curriculum that apply in our country now is very good about the essence about effort to simplify and for the thematic integrations. Well, we say in my first argument that puts the teaching of cognitive skills in the content of a real world subject that is representative enough to be practical, broad enough, and to allow creative and exploration of that students. The next one is about they failed to provide a satisfying answer to my second speaker POI. The first speaker is failed to provide a satisfying answer of my second speaker POI to ask them a data, while we give you a lot of clearly and also a while of strong data from the how the inadequacy of facility in Indonesia, and also about how the teachers are not yet ready to compensate in this case. And also they are not able to guarantee that the education in this country are balanced, while our solution is promoting the 2013 curriculum is satisfying enough. So this curriculum is decided to anticipate technological, modern, especially in students and also the teachers, to grow heavily and emphasize students to deserve questions, often communicate and also what they have gained in the real life, and also came to understand over becoming or receiving learning material. That's why in all of our arguments about to have a possibility to create conflict in racism through the religions, imbalance of educational quality, teachers are not yet ready to compensate, inadequacy of facility, and also my argument about inadequacy of facility and also the possibility to create conflict, it clearly enough, it's strongly enough to we as a opposition team have an upper hand to win this debate of the motions today. This House would allow each province in Indonesia to apply its own curriculum as other countries such as Australia and America. That's all from me. Thank you.
We would like to call Yuvan, the requester of government, and please not our Mr. Kengar. The time is yours.
Honorable educators, the opposition team, timekeepers, the audiences, and my beloved government team. Well, I would like to spread out why we as the government team should win this debate. Well, first of all, the opposition team gives and states irrelevant reasons factor. They said that it would create conflicts in the race and religion matters. But we understand and realize that when the curriculum is applied based on the assessment in particular provinces, it is better because the field of curriculum are smaller, and it means that it is easier for the government to assess, to observe the curriculum, the process of learning and teaching activities better. Well, the next one is the opposition team didn't really get and pay attention to our motion definition. It has been mentioned before that curriculum is based on the assessment that was done by the government itself. They stated that the teachers are not comprehensive enough in order to cope with the new learning method. Well, we understand and we realize that educators are trained to handle all of these comprehensive materials, comprehensive learning and teaching method. And so that is why they stated and they gave irrelevant reasons factor. Well, I would like to close this up with once again stating and assure that the method where each provinces are given their curriculum, the freedom to apply their curriculum based on the assessment itself, could deliver a better education state, education quality as one country, Indonesia. Thank you.
Now, because both of us are representing their arguments, we would like to welcome the educators to give feedback.
Well, thank you very much for the team for the debate. It was excellent. teachers teach in the class and talk about the idea of the snow, of course, the students who have snow in their area, they cannot get the points in the snow. So that's the one of the example. And also the historical background. In school also you know that sometimes we learn about histories, but it's not really the histories of our province or area, it's mostly the histories of other things. So that's why the point is when we learn something that it's not what we have around us, it seems hard for us to understand, and we don't think it's relevant. Since it's not relevant, then we don't get motivated. So that's the idea that should come out from the government side of the house. That I think it's a good idea to have basic curriculums across the provinces. While from the opposition side of the house, it's good that you come up with the ideas about facilities. It would be both sides of the coin. If you're familiar with zonasi, the idea of having that zoning system is because, for example, SMA is the favorite school. If you don't have zoning system, all students prefer to come to SMA. It means that other schools will not have students. Okay? Or the students just come there and we consider them as medium, low to medium students, while high profile students come to primary school. So I say two sides of the coin because first it can actually improve the schools, or it can actually decrease the quality of the school. The same thing with the curriculum. If we are going to have different curriculum in each province, it might happen that the underdeveloped areas would like to compete. So they create their own curriculum so we can compete. We have to make it better so we can compete with Western parts of Indonesia. But the other side of the coin, it might happen that we will keep decreasing because we try to adapt the curriculums with the low quality or low facilities that we have. So that's the idea. And I'm glad that you understand the idea, the notion of exclusions, you understand that to some extent, and you are able to deliver the arguments. For example, from the government side of the house, you mentioned about the gaps between regions across Indonesia. That's a good point. And from the opposition side of the house, you come up with the ideas about the differences in the facilities. So, and one last thing that I would like to say is about, I'm happy that in terms of manner, both groups deliver the arguments in good manner. I could follow your arguments easily, even though some of you didn't come with the argument at all. But like most of you came up with the arguments and good presentations. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to add some points. once again, I remember it from yesterday, once again, you have to deliver more arguments in your speech. Okay? You have to deliver more arguments in your speech. That was good that the third speaker tried to analyze the arguments from the first speaker, if I may say. Yeah, that's true, that's good, but I hands out that you only go around one argument. So
up to the stage and take your seat. Please come up to the stage. Yes, please take your seats. Okay, so we're going to start the third session of the debate. I hope that you already take your lunch, so you have some strength to do the debate. Okay, so now that already is the motion. The motion is about the current issues. I will read the motion and would you please take notes? So the motion is, as the Indonesian government this house would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctor's license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association. Once again, as the Indonesian government, this house would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctor's license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association. Any questions? Government side of the house? Any question? Opposition side of the house? Any question? Okay, so I will give the floor to
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the opportunity given to me. Next, I would like to give our motion today. Our motion today is, as the Indonesian government, this House would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctors' license without approval from Indonesian Doctor Association. Next, I would like to give the definition of motion is: first, doctor license is a license that provides and allows the doctor to do their work or practice. The second, Indonesian Doctor Association or IDI is an organization that would give a license to a doctor if they have SDR and have a recommendation from Indonesian Doctors Association members. From the motion, we will give our timeline that we as a government team absolutely agree with this motion that the Ministry of Health can release doctor's license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association. Then our parameter today is we just talk about why doctors doesn't have to get approval from IDI about their license. We'll continue to our team split. I'm Ines as a first speaker, Miss Siga as a second speaker, and Farron as a third speaker. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give my argument from individual perspective. So, there's any reason why doctor doesn't have to get approval from IDI about their license. First, permission has not applied, or the doctors haven't extended STR yet. SIP remains valid as long as the STR is still valid. In extending the SIP, a doctor must first extend STR. Most doctors have not extended their STR because they have not met the predetermined requirement or because the SGP or participation credit unit is still lacking, and it is still lacking. If these things happen, it will make the doctors' work lacking, and of course, their work doesn't going well. But if doctor doesn't need doesn't need IDI approval, then it will more easier for them to extend their STR. The second, to get a recommended from IDI, we think it will spend a lot of money because they need a recommendation from IDI and need more time to get their recommendation to their work or to get their license. And the third, if they don't have STR yet, it will very difficult for them to get a recommendation from IDI, and if they didn't have a recommendation from IDI, it will more difficult for them to do their work or do their practice as a doctor. And by this reason, we as a government team absolutely agree with this motion that as the Indonesian government, this House will allow the Ministry of Health to release doctors' license without approval from Indonesian Doctor Association. That's all from me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the honorable judges, upper majesty, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the chance given to me to deliver my speech under the motion. This House would, as the Indonesian government, this House would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctors' license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association. Before I deliver into my speech, I would like to tell you about my template. I, as a first speaker, my name is Obiwaksia Malasara Sanufa, and people know me as Obi. I will talk about mechanism of this motion, define motion, definition of motion as some arguments by me, and the second speaker will be by Cecilia, and the third speaker will be by Debat, that will talk about an example and conclusion. Judges, ladies and gentlemen, other majesty. This motion, as the Indonesian government, this House would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctor license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association. First of all, I would like to define motion, and I would like to give you definitions of these motions. And we have to know first what is Ministry of Health, then Doctors License and Doctors Association. First of all, we have to know what is Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health is a government of Indonesia that takes place in terms of health organizations. Ministry of Health itself has many responsibilities of copying all health organizations of Indonesia, such as Indonesian Nurses Association and Indonesian Doctors Association. Then we see next what is doctor's license. Doctor's license is license of doctor for job permissions that are released by job organization. Then we see next what the Indonesian Doctor Association. The Indonesian Doctor Association is a professional organization that have responsibilities of carry out all doctors' jobs and responsibilities. First of all, our team disagree with this motion, as the Indonesian government, this House, would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctors' license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association. We have to know what of these organization responsibilities, and as what I have explained before, that Indonesian Doctors Associations have responsibilities of managing all doctors in Indonesia in terms of education, job, and managing all doctors in Indonesia in terms of practice license. According to the data from ID Nasional Kedokteran Indonesia, all license of doctors in Indonesia is managed by Indonesian Doctor Association. That it means because Indonesian Doctor Association is a professional organization or job organization. This means Ministry of Health don't have any right to release doctors' license. Also, according to law and the doctor's Hollywood, it's called Ethic Code Book, managed by doctor's law, that the doctor's license should be released by Indonesian Doctors Association itself, and the Ministry of Health, even the Ministry of Health organizations, copying all health worker organization in Indonesia, they cannot release for a doctor license. It is also written in the Ethic Code Book that Ministry of Health also have responsibility and rights to control and code all health organizations in Indonesia, and Ministry of Health don't have any rights to release doctors' license. And the next data is according to Undang-Undang Kedokteran Negeri Indonesia, say that all doctors' license in Indonesia should be managed by Indonesian Doctors Association. And the first speaker from affirmative team also say, and I would like to remind you before that you say that Indonesian Doctor Associations have no rights to release license have no right to release doctoral license, and we believe that your explanations and this motion should fall. And the argument that I have explained before, strengthening by second speaker by Cecilia, and speaker one from affirmative team explained more strengthening for opposition team. And this motion, as the Indonesian government, this House would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctor's license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association should fall. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the chance given to me. My name is Daniel Siga. I am the second speaker of the government team. We are from the St. Arolis Johnson Senior High School. Our motion today is, as the Indonesian government, this House would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctor's license without approval from Indonesian Doctor Association. And we are from the government team, are strongly believe with the motion. My argument is that first, Indonesian Doctor Association have a lot of problem inside the organization that happens, so the trust of Indonesian Doctor Association is decreased. With the trust of Indonesian Doctor Association have decreased, the people will not want to go to the hospital because the license approval is from Indonesian Doctor Association. The second reason is that the Ministry of Health have trust from the citizen of Indonesia because they have do a lot of improve to Indonesia, such as BPJS, that have so many Indonesian people have trust to the Ministry of Health and sure want to their doctor is from the Ministry of Health. The third reason is that if a doctor want to get a license, they must to join the Indonesian Doctor Association first. It surely slow down the process of place doctor to all around Indonesia that have a lot of demand of doctor. If the Ministry of Health can give the license without Indonesian Doctor Association approval, it surely can make. Yes, please.
Thank you for the time given to me to present my POI. And as I said before, that all doctoral in Indonesia should be in the Indonesian Doctor Association. It means you are a opposite him and
I'm going to repeat the third argument. If a doctor want to get a license, they must to join the Indonesian Doctor Association first. It surely slow down the process to place doctor in all Indonesia that have a lot of demand of doctor. If the Ministry of Health can give a license without Indonesian Doctor Association approval, it surely can make fast the process to place doctor in all around Indonesia. Put Indonesian Doctor Association in the place to give license, slow down the process, especially to professional doctor to get the approval. it will double the time to get the license. The way we change the approvers that before from Indonesian Doctor Association to the Ministry of Health is by remove Indonesian Doctor Association right to give the recommendation from a doctor. The second way is the Ministry of Health do a competency test to the doctor to get their license. So the Ministry of Health will get a right to give a license to doctor. I think that's from me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the honorable judges, the affirmative team, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the chance that given to me. Thank you for the chance that given to me. My name is Cecilia Adina Malalena. As the second speaker of the opposite team, I will deliver my arguments about the responsibilities of the IDI or the Indonesian Doctor Association, and also the strengths of the Indonesian Doctor Associations, and also some of the argument from the speaker one to discuss about our motion today. And this motion today is, as the Indonesian government, this House would allow the Ministry of Health to release a doctor license without approval from Indonesia Doctor Association. Well, I will deliver my speech. Basically, based on the first speaker already said before that, the Ministry of Health is a government of Indonesia that is taken place in the terms of health organization. The Ministry of Health also have the responsibilities to take all of the health organizations in Indonesia, such as Indonesian Nurses Association and Indonesian Doctor Association. Now, I will give you the responsibilities about the Indonesian Doctor Association, or people call that IDI. Well, basically, IDI should release the doctor license because IDI have a responsibilities. Based on the data from www.kemenkes.com says that the responsibilities of IDI, the first one is carry out the contents of the articles of the associations and by laws as well as the decisions made by the Congress. And the second one is carry out the duties of guardians, supervisions, and also assessment in the implementations of the medical ethic, including the actions of the members who violate the honor and noble traditions of the medical. The next one, I will give you some of the strengths of the IDI. The firstly is they manage all of the license of the doctor. Basically, all of us know that IDI is the organizations of. Basically, all of us know that IDI is a profession organization. That means all of the doctors who work in the hospital should enter the IDI. And of course, the IDI manage all of the license for the doctor to do the practice about some of their studies. And also the second one is manage the educational of the doctoral. The educational of the doctoral is managed by the IDI because when some of the doctor already done with their studies in the university, of course the IDI will include them to enter the IDI or the Indonesian Doctor Association. And the last one is IDI have to control all of the doctors in Indonesia, because this is the organizations that I already said before that IDI is a profession of organization. And based on the first speaker already said before that IDI must give the license to this, must release the doctor license without the permission of the Ministry of Health, because in this case, Indonesian Doctors Associations stand by itself, and also they have the right to release the doctor license. So our team and I believe that this motion, as the Indonesian government, this House would allow the Ministry of Health to release the doctor license without an approval from Indonesian Doctor Association should fall. That's all. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the chance and opportunity. I am the third speaker of the government side of the House. And before I begin, I would like to rebuttal the second speaker of the opposition side of the House. Like what the second speaker said before, that the doctors have to enter IDI before they work in medical environment. We think that they don't have to enter IDI because IDI only release the license and approval for the doctors to do a practice or their work in hospitals around in Indonesia. Now I would like to repeat the argument from the first and second speaker of the government side. The first one, for a doctor to have permission or allowance to work in a medical environment, the Indonesian Doctor Association approval is needed. Not just the citizen, but also the government may think that it is too risky for doctors to wait for the approval and statement from the Indonesian Doctor Association. And also, not only that, but what our first speaker of the government said, that getting the license from IDI will spend a lot of money, or either doesn't have SPR yet. Regarding the factors that influence doctors to practice without a permit, it can be described as the following. The first one, doesn't have permission yet, has not received a recommendation from the IDI professional organization. In other words, if a doctor is not yet a member of the IDI organization, then the doctor cannot obtain a recommendation from the chairperson of IDI, or the recommendation will later be used as a condition for complementing the SDR arrangement. The second, have not passed the competency test. After graduating from medical education, a doctor must take and also pass a competency test. The result of this test are also used as one of the requirements in completing the SDR management. The third doesn't have SDR yet. In managing the SDR, a doctor must complete the existing requirements, such as passing the competency test and or yet a recommendation from the IDI professional organization.
from the points that the first speaker of the government team has said, the permission that has not applied from the IDI or Indonesian Doctor Association haven't extended SDR yet. As we know, SIP remains valid as long as the SDR is still valid. In extending the SIP, a doctor must first extend an SDR. Most doctors have not extended their SDR because they have not met the predetermined management, or because the SKP or participation credit unit is still lacing, and if things happen, it will make doctors' work lacking, and of course their work is not going well. But if doctors also need an approval, then it will become easier for doctors to do their work and their practice in hospitals around in Indonesia. I think that is all my arguments. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening, and that's all.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, government team, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ari Chita Bhagwanta from Catholic Giovanni Sierra High School, KUPANG. And I, as the third speaker of the opposite team, will absolutely disagree with the motion that as Indonesian government, the House would allow the Ministry of Health to release doctor license without approval from Indonesian Doctors Association. And I, as a third speaker, will give conclusion an example of Indonesian Doctor Association case that they cope well enough to make our team's arguments stronger. The case example of Indonesian Doctor Association, or IDI, is the Dr. Terwan case. Dr. Terwan Agus Purtanto, according to Kompas.com, he had been fired from the membership of the organization of IDI. According to IDI Aceh chairperson Sabrizal Rahman, the recommendation for Terwan dismissal from IDI membership was based on the result of the previous management performance evaluation. The recommendation to dismiss Dr. Terwan is not a new product at the Congress in Aceh, but it was discussed at the last Congress at Sabrizal, the IDI Aceh chairperson. The reason on firing Dr. Terwan is actually a good reason from IDI. According to Kompas.com, Dr. Terwan is well known to be a controversial doctor and a controversial head minister of the Ministry of Health. The controversy that this head minister of Health is done is, the first one is the absorption of the Ministry of Health budget during the COVID-19 pandemic on the middle of 2020. The President of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, once criticized Terwan in setting the policy for the absorption of the Ministry of Health budget. The reason is that the Ministry of Health during Terwan leadership was considered slow in absorbing the budget that had been given by the government. The budget for the health sector is around 75 trillion rupiah, and only 1.53% has come out. Yes, please.
With the cases of Dr. Terwan, I think citizens of Indonesia think that a lot of the member of Indonesian Doctor Association has similarity for Dr.
Okay, I will continue my arguments. Jokowi said on June 18, 2020, the budget for the health sector is around 75 trillion rupiah, and only 1.53% of the budget has come out. And the second controversial thing that Terawan did is he said that COVID can heal on its own while serving as the Minister of Health Ministry. Imagine the head Minister of Health Ministry said that the COVID can heal on its own. Dr. Terawan said people don't need to worry about COVID-19 because the disease can heal itself. Terawan said he is happy the theory is true, that this is indeed a self-limiting disease that will heal itself. Terawan said during a press conference at 12 March 2020. So this means that IDI choice to fire Dr. Terawan is a good choice due to controversial things Dr. Terawan has done. This means that IDI has a full right to release Dr. license and dismiss Dr. license, and because they are a responsible organization. And from all of my arguments, I believe that the motion as government, the House would allow the Ministry of Health to release the doctor license without approval from Indonesian Doctor Association should fall. Thank you. Good afternoon, the honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this given to me to reply my opposition team as replier speaker. As speech replier. For the first, I would like to reply speech from the first speaker that he already said that what Ministry of Health is. He explained that Ministry of Health is a government of Indonesia that takes place in terms of health organization, and Ministry of Health itself have many responsibilities of helping all health organizations of Indonesia, such as Indonesian Nurse Association and Indonesian Doctors Associations. Also, Speaker 2, Cecilia, said there are 3 statements that strength for our opposition team. The first is IDI have responsibilities for manage all the doctor's license, and the second manage the educational of the doctor, and IDI have the right to control all the doctor in Indonesia, because this is the organization and the professions organizations, and this is the data by www.commandcast.com. Also, our team want to rebuttal Speaker 2 from affirmative team that affirmative team believe that this motion should stand, but Speaker 2 from affirmative team also explained that all doctors in Indonesia should be in Indonesian Doctor Association, while according to the ed.negeri.kita.com said that all doctors in Indonesia should be in Indonesian Doctor Association, but you say that the doctor license is released by Ministry of Health, while our data says that our real data says that the doctor license is released by Indonesian Doctor Association. Also, Speaker 3, Debat, explained and give an example of nowadays cases is by Dr. Terawan, and the case example in Indonesia is Doctor Associations, or IDI is the Dr. Terawan Agus Putranto case according to Kompas.com, and from this reply speech, we believe that This motion, as the Indonesian government discussed with the Ministry of Health to release doctor license without approval from Indonesian Doctor Association, should fall because we give more data according to kompas.com, www.undang-undang-kedokteran-negeri.com, id-kita.com, kemenkes.com, and ethics codebook for electoral. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the chance. Now for end this our debate, to end our debate this day, I wanna repeat our motion today that the government would give license to doctor without approval from Indonesian Doctor Association. Ladies and gentlemen, we are from the government team. I strongly believe that we are gonna win this debate and the opposition team will lose this debate. Before I repeat our team point of argument, I want to deliver the weakness of the opposition team. First, that not give good argument and good evidence. Second is the first speaker don't give a solution to which is break the rule and weaken their argument. The third is misunderstanding our argument. They say that we say the license is given by the Ministry of Health, but what we mean that the license must given by the Ministry of Health. Our point of argument that first, for a doctor to have a permissions or allows to work in a medical environment, the Indonesian Doctor Association improvement is a medical. Indonesian Doctor Association have a lot of problem inside the organization that happens, so the trust of Indonesian Doctor Association is decreased. With the cases of Dr. Terawan, it must be so many members of Indonesian Doctor Association have the same type of Dr. Terawan. So the trust from the people to Indonesian Doctor Association will decrease, and Indonesian Doctor Association cannot give the license to the doctor. Second is the Ministry of Health have a trust from the citizen of Indonesia because they have to do a lot of improve to Indonesian health. Third is if a doctor want to get a license, they must to join the Indonesian Doctor Association first. It surely slow down the process to place doctor in all Indonesia that have a lot of demand of doctor. Next is has not received a recommendation from the Indonesian Doctor Association, professional organization. In other words, if a doctor is not yet a member of Indonesian Doctor Organization, then the doctor cannot be obtain the recommendation from chairperson of Indonesian Doctor Association, where the recommendation will later be used as a condition for completing the STR arrangement. And the last is doesn't have STR yet. In managing the STR, a doctor must complete the existing requirements, such as passing the complete competency test and or get a recommendation from the Indonesian Doctor Organization. We are strongly believe that we are going to win this debate. Thank you very much. That's all from me.
you didn't pay. Why? What happens? Like you should say that still Indonesian Doctor Association released the license because so far it is reliable, valid, yeah, and then it is there is no, so there's only one issue about an hour. Like it's like 1 out of like
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to fourth round of Kota English Debating Championship. Under the motion, as the United Nations, this House would ban all countries to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. On the government side of the House, we have SDH with Keisha as the Prime Minister, Salma as the Deputy Prime Minister, Deswara as the government whip, and the reply speech will be given by Salma. On the opposition side of the House, we have Citra Bahasa with Kathleen as the leader of opposition, Toby as the deputy leader of opposition, and Reva as the opposition whip, and the reply speech will be given by Toby. The adjudicator for this round is Miss Lenny from Undana, Miss Dewi from Undana, and Miss Alvi from Undana. Now, we would like to call upon the Prime Minister. Please welcome Miss Keisha.
Good afternoon, honorable adjudicators, timekeeper, LO, members of the hall, and who are watching it online, my fellow government team, and my beloved opposition team. Today we are debating under the motion, as the United Nations, this House would ban all countries to provide military, political, financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. I, Keisha, will act as the Prime Minister, and my Deputy Prime Minister the second speaker will be delivered by Salma, and the government whip is Deswara, and the reply speech will be given by Salma. Before we get further into the motion, I would like to tell you the background of the motion, which is conflict between Russia and Ukraine. This cannot be stated as an invasion because international law stated that this is not an invasion. Russia use of United Nations Security Council that has veto power, therefore, it's legally and it's not an invasion. We as the United Nations should not provide political, financial, and military support. First, let me define the motion first. United Nations is an international organization that houses hundreds of countries in the world and has an important role in maintaining world peace and has been going on for 77 years. The second definition is the ban word, which we mean that ban is not allowing any attack supports in the aspects of military, political, and financial to both Russia and Ukraine. Not allowing any attack support means we allow defense support such as javelin and anti-tank transport cars or trucks to all Russia and Ukraine to protect the basic human rights and protecting citizens. I repeat again, ban is not allowing any attack support, but defense support. The third definition is for all countries. All countries remain that all members in the United Nations. The mechanism because of this motion says that this House would, so we give the mechanism is to impose the sanctions to countries that support Russia and Ukraine. That's all the definition, mechanism, and background. Let me going on to my arguments. From what we can see from the background of the motion and the issue arising around this matter, this House strongly believes that as the United Nations, this House should ban all countries to provide military, political, financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. Let me tell you why. First, UN was founded in 1945. So until now, in 2020, the organization has already been going for 77 years. When the United Nations choose to pick a side between Russia and Ukraine to provide a military, political, or financial support, they will crush their 77 years world peace that has been maintained. What we mean by world peace is this no conflict between big nations that influence all over the globe. And when the United Nations have to pick a side, there will not be a good mediator between the sides that supports Russia and the sides that supports Ukraine. When the United Nations pick a side between Russia or Ukraine, they has violating their function to be an organization that is maintaining the world peace. So the military definition that I said that we shouldn't give attack support, the other countries in the United Nations still can provide defensive military aid. UN will be inconsistent with their goals and the world's desire for peace. When they pick a side between Russia and Ukraine, they will fail to maintain world peace and security. They will fail to become the center of alignment of all joint action against countries that endanger world peace. They will lead to massive international crisis of nations that will lead to more conflict in everywhere. So, when UN provide military, political, financial support to both Russia and Ukraine, UN itself has violating their rules. They have violating their function to be an organization, international organization that houses hundreds of countries in the world and has an important role in maintaining world peace. So, until this time, this House strongly believes that as the United Nations would ban all countries to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. I rest my case. Thank you.
Now we would like to know people on the list of opposite side. Please welcome Ms. Caitlin.
Okay, good afternoon to the honorable adjudicators, to my fellow friends, to the government team, and all the audience here and those who watch it online. So, we are from the opposition team. We will deliver our argument and data that say, as for the motion that say, as the UN or United Nations, this House will bans all countries to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. But first of all, let me introduce my teammates first. So I am Caitlin as a first speaker that starts as beginning and will deliver the reason why United Nations children grants all countries that to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. And there is Toby as the second speaker, and he will deliver his statement that say the reason why United Nations shouldn't ban all the countries that provide military, political, and financial support, and will develop my statement as a first speaker. And at the end, there is Treva as a third speaker that will deliver the data that say UN should help or support to both Russia and Ukraine. Now, I will continue and state my statement that disagree with today's motion. So, first of all, according to the United Nations diploma, all members countries of United Nations are obligated to maintain peace to all nations, recognize and admire sovereignty to all nations or countries. Moreover, disputes among all nations in the United Nations, include Ukraine and Russia, need settle down to peace resolution by General Assembly of United Nations. Next point is, United Nations should immediately take an action and handle humanity issues. International humanity issues is the main purpose since United Nations was built. And this world shouldn't ban, because all people in this world who need this support are obligated to provide it, only for one main reason, which is to maintain the peace of the world. So, if we provide the military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine, then we straightly increase the humanity, and we straightly help all the people of the world who need this
dignity of humanity as their support. So that's all from my argument. Thank you.
The leader of the opposition is spent time 5 minutes and 49 seconds. 5 minutes and 49 seconds.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Adjudicator, the moderator, the opposition team, our colleagues at the government team, and all of the audiences. My name is Humaira Samajawas, and I will be acting as the second speaker of the government team today, supporting the motion given today, which is this House would ban all countries to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. First of all, I would like to emphasize our point here that all countries, which means all countries in a member of the United Nations, and provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine.
Meaning, the support is in order to both of the countries. So, if we provide military and political and financial support to both to Russia, it means they will use it against Ukraine, they will use it to attack the other Russian state. Now, I would like to say that the United Nations is an international organization founded in 1945 and committed to maintaining international peace and security, developing friendly relations among nations, promoting social progress, guaranteeing standards and human rights. The United Nations has an important role in maintaining world peace. Now, why? This House will ban all countries to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. The first argument is because it is violating the second and the third principle of the United Nations. The principles of the United Nations in Article 2 of the United Nations Charter set up 7 principles, and the reason this House will ban all countries to provide military, political, and also financial support for Russia and Ukraine because the country has violated the second and the third principles as follows. The second principle is all members will settle their international disputes peacefully. And the third, in carrying out international relations, each member must avoid the use of threats and violence against other countries. Meanwhile, Russia has launched several attacks to Ukraine, and Russia has a number of attacks against Ukraine, of which was the attack on the Mariupol steel factory. Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said that this attack in the city of Mariupol was an example of torture and starvation being used as weapons of war. There are estimated 46,000 deaths, 12,000 fatal injuries, 400 people missing, 30 million people displaced, and 2.1 thousand buildings destroyed, and approximately property damage totaling is $600 billion. Now, as the United Nations, as the mediator, and as an international organization who has the purpose of maintaining world peace, and also the philosophy of it, the United Nations, instead of providing military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine in order for both countries to attack each other, the United Nations should focus more on humanitarian aid to both Russia and Ukrainian people that is suffering from this conflict. However, the international law stated that this is not an equation because Russia, and a member of the United Nations, has the veto rights permanent, has the veto power as the permanent member that say that legally this is a part of the invasion, which means we do not have to support Russia or Ukraine mechanism here. The country, all countries in the United Nations, as country, who is in the international organization in order to maintain peace. Countries should help both Russia and Ukraine people who is not in a conflict to protect its rights, but deserve to live in secure and peace. Now, if you support both countries to provide military, financial, and political support to both Russia and Ukraine, it means that you are supporting, as the United Nations, you are supporting the violence and the threats that is going on in the country. Also, it is very wrong with the United Nations philosophy and purpose is to maintain world peace. Therefore, until this day, as the United Nations, this House strongly banned all countries to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. I raise my case. Thank you.
The Deputy Prime Minister stands up 7 minutes and 16 seconds. 7 minutes and 16 seconds.
Now, there is one speech we would like to call the Leader of Opposition, Mr. Lomba.
All the countries in NATO are democratic, so they won't easily begin the war just because Ukraine joined the NATO. And from the Russian side, as we know, Russia already lose so much money and lose on their economic side because of this war. So we need to provide the... Yes, please.
Can you further explain why NATO is important in this current motion, which is to United Nations to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine? Thank you.
Because they say support Russia and Ukraine. Why we should support? Because Russia and Ukraine have a problem that caused by Ukraine want to join NATO.
Why is NATO important? I said that clearly, I think. Why is NATO important in this current motion?
Because the problem is caused by NATO. Because Ukraine want to join NATO. They don't agree that Ukraine, one of their mates are going to NATO because they see that as a threat. They see NATO as a threat if Ukraine joins NATO. Yes. So I will continue my argument. Why we should help Russia in economic side, because even though Russia is a strong country, but to support their attack, they need a lot of money to support the war. And if they don't have money and Ukraine attack back to Russia, and the war will not be end. we should support both and make both strong enough to defend themselves and the world will end. That's it for me. Thank you. Test, test, hello? Is my voice clear? Thank you. I am here as the government whip for the government team, of course, and I am here to reaffirm my statements for my first two speakers. And first, let me address all of us here, all of us who are watching and listening us debate, a civilized debate, from my beloved opposition team too and my fellow teammates. And for everyone who is watching online through the site of YouTube streaming, I will stand here with my motion to agree as the United Nations, this House would ban all countries to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. So, let me first review some of your points. Firstly, the anomaly, that is the second speaker. You said NATO. Now, as the United Nations, I don't think we are talking about NATO here, which is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is not directly involved in this motion, which makes me confused as to why you would bring NATO into this debate. Second is how you're as the opposition team, you would not ban all countries to provide military, political, and financial to both Russia and Ukraine. How are we going to solve the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine if we both support all of them? Yes? So why NATO is important? Because Russia is scared to NATO, and because they're scared, and if one of their mates are join NATO, they will have more threats to them. Thank you. Okay, so I think I should reassess what this motion is talking about. As the United Nations, we should ban all the countries, ban all the support. We're not talking about NATO and Russia relations, which is a whole other topic that's outside of this motion. That is irrelevant to this debate. And I'm confused as to why you would bring this up in a conflict of supporting as the United Nations, as this organization that consists of 193 countries of the United Nations, plus 2 observer states with the Vatican and the state of Palestine. I don't know why NATO is relevant here, because we're talking about the support of military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine, not the NATO and Russia relations. Thank you. Is that explained enough? All right. Now let me continue to my humanitarian thing. So by providing, you said that we should not ban all the military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. How are we going to solve the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine if we provide Russia with weapons, if we provide Russia with the money, if we provide Russia with political power in Ukraine? How are we going to help Russian people who are fighting in this war by supporting Ukraine with more guns, with more money, and more political power? How are we going to stop people dying in this conflict? You did not explain that clearly enough. Let me continue to explain the points for my first two beloved speakers. So, what is the UN? The UN, I should restate that the UN is the international organization that consists of hundreds of countries, exactly 192 countries plus 2 observer states. The United States is like Indonesia. We have all these diverse cultures that is united to the province of East Nusa Tenggara Timur in Indonesia. And Indonesia acts as the mediator for all these cultures. And by this analogy, I hope that you understand that UN is the same thing as Indonesia, as they are the mediator between the countries that support Ukraine and these countries that support Russia. So to reaffirm the statement of political neutrality of the United Nations, that if the United Nations start to support both Russia and Ukraine, then the United Nations will lose its relevance as the mediator between countries that support Russia and Ukraine. To reinstate the second speaker, that the UN members, principle of the UN Charter is all members will settle this international dispute peacefully. Now, let me reinstate again this motion, which is the United Nations to ban all countries to provide military, political, and financial support. However, there is no mention of humanitarian support, which is by using first aid kits to Ukraine and Russian soldiers who are dying in this war. That means that the UN is free to use that humanitarian support, which in this government, we are very supportive of this statement because it will help more for the people who are fighting in this war and dying, not by providing military and financial and political support to both nations, which will just lead to more deaths of humans in that conflict. We do not want more deaths. Do we agree that more deaths is good? No, I don't think that's a good morally as modern humans think. We agree that humans should not die by providing that military, financial, and yes.
Okay, so how about we already know that Russia is stronger than Ukraine, then how we will decrease the number of death if we didn't support the Ukraine?
All right. So you are saying that Russia is vastly more stronger than Ukraine, but we're not saying that. We're saying that we should provide humanitarian aid. Do you know what humanitarian aid is? That's okay. So humanitarian aid is to send the first aid kits to all the soldiers. You know, this is not a one-sided conflict of just Russia calling to Ukraine. This is a two-sided conflict where Russian troops are killing Ukrainians and Ukrainians killing Russian troops. And our solution to this, as our mechanism has stated, that we are imposing sanctions to countries that provide military political aid, while also using outside the realm, which is the humanitarian aid to these countries. Okay, so to reinstate all the points that I said, this House strongly believes in this motion that as the United Nations, this House would ban all the countries that provide military, financial, political support to both Russia and Ukraine to lessen the death in Ukraine and Russia, to give the world a better stabilization of countries that is in the United Nations, that will lead to less conflict, that will lead to humanitarian deaths, and that's good, because deaths are not good. Thank you, I rest my case.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity that given to me. So, in this time, I will deliver my speech. As we know that many people died in this war, more than 1,000, and still increasing until now. Both countries have a big loss, such as infrastructure. And from the data that I got, Germany already gave Russia a euro, and America already gave money for Ukraine, and English to give a thank to Ukraine. And as we know, the United main purposes is to solve the humanity issues. As we know too that Russia is the strongest country and then Ukraine, because they have strongest nuclear. And it's not equal because when and it's not equal if
Please.
yes, please.
So, where's the source? I want to know where the source that states that Germany sends weapons to Ukraine and the source that is Russia is the strongest country. I want the source. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the resource is I watch it on YouTube. About Germany, give Russia a riddle. I watched it on YouTube.
Is YouTube credible?
Yes,
Can you mention the channel name?
I watched it on CNBC Indonesia. Okay, thank you. So I will continue. I will say again that it's not equal if UN wants to ban all countries that provide military, political, and financial support to both of them. Because when UN gives a support, it can help both countries to solve their own problem with the same strength. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the chance given. Now I will state my statement that why we should win this debate on motion. As United Nations, we want our country to provide military, political, and financial support to both Russia and Ukraine. And why, as UN, we should support both countries? Because, as we know, Russia is one of the biggest nuclear houses in the world, as the same as America. So, how can we protect the human rights if there's a stronger country that attacking other country and just killing people and we just watch it, people die every day and every month? Because if some country are stronger than other country, and if they're going to war, and the country that stronger is going to be the winner, and we know Russia is nuclear house, and we know nuclear is a weapon that can kill a lot of people in just one second, and even one city can be blown up, and there will be no lives in that area when the nuclear is put in. So we want to give a statement that we absolutely agree we should support both Russia and Ukraine so we can make them equal as power, as political, and as financial. So the war can stop and there's no war, and because Russia is always attacking the Ukraine, if Ukraine can protect and can attack and retain their position back, and the war will stop. That's it from me. Thank you.
The opposition replies that 1 minute and 59 seconds. 1 minute and 59 seconds. We would like to open the reply section of the government. Please welcome Ms. Lomba.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Adjudicator, the Moderator, the Opposition team, our colleagues at the government team, and all of the audiences. My name is Sumara Salmajawas, and I will be acting as the reply speaker of the government team. Today we'll be delivering reasons on why this House should win this debate today. Now, the opposition team doesn't give any clear mechanism or solution on how they would give support financially, politically, military to both Russia and Ukraine. They keep saying on and on and on and on that they should not ban. But what happened after that? What is the mechanism? What would you do after that? Now, this is a motion where this is not a simple motion. This is the motion of this House would. Meaning, you should give the mechanism on, after you pick a side of opposition or government, you should give the mechanism, the clear mechanism on what are you going to do after you have disagreed or agreed with this motion. Also, opposition team is out of definition and limitation. The government team, my first speaker, has defined the motion, the word political, military and financial support as support in this aspect in order to attack each other, which is Russia and Ukraine. Which means, other than that, it is to defend the country in order to protect the human rights. Now, as the opposition team, they say that the political and military and financial support here is to support the attack of the country now. And then they said that the opposition team has tried to explain that Russia is stronger than Ukraine. Then my question is, if you have known this fact, it's your POI, if this is what you said and I just want to reset it, and I will put this on why this team should win this debate today. Now you said that Russia is stronger than Ukraine. Then why wouldn't you ban the military, financial, and political support? Now, if you would not ban the support in military and financial and political support after you have known that Russia is stronger than Ukraine, it means that you support Russia to continue these attacks to Ukraine, which means you have supported Russia to violate the basic human rights of people, which is to live in a secure, which is to live in a world in secure and peace. So our team give a clear mechanism, and our team give clear mechanism on what should we do after we have agreed with the motion that is been given to us today. Now, this is why until this moment, this House, as United Nations, this House would ban all supports to both Russia and Ukraine in the aspect of military, financial, and political. And until this day, this House believes that this House should win this debate today. I raise in my case. Thank you.
The government reply spend time 3 minutes and 31 seconds. 3 minutes and 31 seconds.
Just will check the house. Just for the president, I was now looking on more in English to give me a bit.
Good afternoon. Thank you for mind. So how would you do that? And then some of the arguments is about if you ban the countries, then the idea would be promote the peace, and then you have to also mention what's your support. If you ban the countries to support, then what's the support from the ban? You need to make it clear. And but I like the arguments that you mentioned about violating the functions, and then you should maintain the peace. And you mentioned about the regulations. There are statistics. There are a lot of data which was excellent. And you also mentioned the data about the aids, the aids or the support that has been given. That was good. In terms of manner, in the debate, remember like the time limit of the POI, and then how. So we have manner, method, and method when we assess you. So manner. So in terms of the weight of the score, manner and method is the same. So it means that no matter how good your argument is, but your manner is not good, then yeah, it's imbalanced. And they have 40% as well, and the rest 20, and the rest is for the strategy. So what I would like to say here is that you need to think how would you deliver the POI and how would you respond to the POI so you can maintain the manner. Yeah? But in terms of the strategy, yeah, you follow the strategy of the debates. Your English is excellent, so I can follow your arguments really well. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to go to the government opposition side of the house. So you can come up with the arguments about the alternative mechanism. You can come up with that. Yeah? If the UN should not ban, and what's the mechanism, the alternative mechanism that they will provide to maintain the peace. And then you can also come with the arguments of if we do not support both countries, then it means that we will put them in isolation. So if you put people that are in conflicts in isolation, then you can make it worse. Yeah? And then another good argument that you also bring up to the debate is about if you don't provide any support law, then it means that the weak will be weaker and the strong will be stronger. So I think that's some points of the arguments that you delivered in the House. In terms of manner and method, I'm happy that you also deliver your arguments in good English, with good manner, and also the good spirit of the team. Well, I guess those are some things that I would like to say. Maybe yourself if you add some level of education.
Well, thank you, Ibu Leni, and also for both team. Just like Ibu Leni said, it was post-debate, so I just want to add one important point for both teams. I really appreciate your effort to really try your best to match the effects of the good debate. You try to provide all the good debates we have, and I can see that in the lead. But let me suggest you one important thing that you can use as guideline for the next round if you go to the next round. So guys, every team needs to come up with 3 arguments. So the arguments need to address the motions directly. To this one, the arguments need to address the motions directly. So if I can make it simple, or if I can